अमृत सिंधु अखिल रसामृतमूर्ति प्रश्रीमर रुचि रुद्ध तारकापालिः ललितश्यामललितो राधा प्रियान विदुज्जयति हरिदीजस्य प्रेरणया प्रवर्तितोऽहं वराकरूपोऽपि तस्य हरे पदकमलं वन्दे चैतन्यदेवस्य विश्राममन्दिरतया तस्य सनातनो तनोर्मदीष्यं भक्तिरसामृतसिन्धुर्भवतु सदायं प्रमोदाय भक्तिरसामृतसिन्धौ चरतः परिभूतकालजालभीयं भक्त्या मकरानशीलता मुक्ति नदिकान् नमस्यामि मीमांसकवरवाग्ने कठिनामपि कुण्ठन्न चो जिह्वा स्फुरतु सनातनशुचिरं तव भक्तिरसामृताम्बोधि भक्तिरसस्य प्रस्तुतिरखिलो भगवन् मंगल प्रसंगस्य अज्ञेनापि मया सक्रियते क्रियते सुहृदां प्रमदाय एतस्य भगवद् भक्ति रसामृतोपयो निधे चत्वार खलु वक्ष्यन्ति भागा पूर्वादयक्रमा तत्र पूर्वविभागेऽस्मिन् भक्तिभेदनिरूपके अनुक्रमेण भक्त्यव्यं लहरीणां चतुष्टयम् आद्या सामान्यभक्त्याढ्यां द्वितीया साधनाङ्किता भावाश्रिता तृतीयात्र तूर्या प्रेमनिरूपिका तत्रादौ सुष्ठु वैशिष्ट्यम् अस्या कथयितुं स्फुटं लक्षणं क्रियते भक्ति रुत्तमाया सताङ्गमतम् अन्नाभिलाषिता शून्यं ज्ञानकर्मादनावृतम् आनुकूल्येन कृष्णानुशीलनं भक्तिरुत्तमा सर्वोपाधि विनिर्मुक्त्यं तत्परत्वेन निर्मलं ऋषिकेन ऋषिकेश सेवनं भक्तिरुच्यते। श्री भागवत तृतीय स्कंधी च अहितकव्यवहितात् जा भक्ति पुरुषोत्तमे शालोकशास्त्रि सामीप्य सारूपैकतमप्लुतं दीयमानं न गृह्णन्ति विना यत्सेवनं जनाः तैव भक्ति योगाख्य आतंसिका उदाहिता सालोक्येत्याद पद्यस्यं भक्तकर्षो निरूपणम् भक्तिर्विशुद्धतया भक्त्या लक्षणे पर्यवसति क्लेशग्नि सुबधा मोक्ष लघुता सुदुर्लभा सांद्रानंद विशेषात्मा श्री कृष्णाकर्षिणी च सा तत्राशा क्लेशघनत्तम् क्लेशास्तु पापं तद्बीजमविद्या चेति तेत्रिधा तत्र पापं अप्रारब्धं भवेत् पापं प्रारब्धं चेति तद्विधा तत्र प्रारब्धहरत्तं यथैका एकादशी यथाग्निसुममिध्यार्षि करोते ध्यांसि भस्मस्याम् तथा मद विषया भक्ति रुद्ध वैनांसी कृष्ण सह प्रारब्धहरत्तं यथा तृतीये जन्नामधेयश्रवणानुकीर्तना यत्प्रवणाद्यस्मरणादपि क्वचित् जन्नामधेयश्रवणानुकीर्तना यत्प्रवणाद्यस्मरणादपि क्वचित् साधोऽपि सद्य श्रवणाय कल्पते कुतः पुनस्ते भगवन् दर्शनात् दुर्जातिरेव श्रवणा युगति कारणमतम् दुर्जात्यारम्भकं पापं यत्सात् प्रारब्धमेव तत् पद्मपुराणे च अप्रारब्धफलं पापं कृतं बीजं फलेन फलोन्मुखं क्रमेणैव प्रलीयते विष्णुभक्तिरतात्मनां बीजहरत्तं यथा षष्ठे द्वितीयोऽध्याये सप्तदश श्लोके त्वयिस्तान्नघानि पूयन्ति तपदानव्रतादिभिः नाधन्मजं तद्हृदयं तपदसी शांघ्रि सेवया अविद्याहरत्यं यथा चतुर्थे यत्पादपङ्कजपलासविलासभक्त्या कर्मा संगठितमोद्गथयन्ति सन्तः तद्वर्णनिक्तमतयो जतयो निरुध्यां सोतगणास्तमरणं भज वासुदेवं यत्पादपङ्कजपलासविलासभक्त्या कर्माशयं ग्रथितमोद्गथयन्ति सन्त्यं तद्वर्णरिक्तमतयो जतयो निरुध्य सूतगणास्तमरणं भज वासुदेवं पादमी च कृतानुजात्रा विद्याभि हरिभक्तिरनुत्तमा अविद्यां निदहत्याशु दावज्जालीव पन्नगी शुभदत्तम शुभानि प्रीणं सर्वजगताम् अनुरक्तता तद्गुणा सुखमित्यादीनि आख्यातानि मनीषी तदज्जगत् प्रणिता प्रणिनादि दया प्रदत्यं यथा पार्मे जीर्णोर्चितो हरिस्तेन तर्पितानि जगन्तपि रज्जन्ति जन्तवस्तत्र जङ्गमा स्थावरायपि तद्गुणादि प्रदत्तं यथा पंचमे अष्टादशाध्याय द्वादश श्लोके यस्यास्ति भक्ति भगवत्तकिंचन सर्वैर्गुणैस्तत्र समासते सुरः हराव भक्तस्सु कुतो महद्गुणा मनोरथीना सति धावत बहि यस्यास्ति भक्ति भगवत् किंचन सर्वैर्गुणैः तत्र समासते सुराः परावभक्तस्य कुतो महद्गुणा मनोरथेना सति धावत बहिः सुखाप्रदत्यं सुखं वैषयिकं ब्राह्म्य वैशरं चेति तत्त्रिधा तथा तंत्रे सिद्धया परमाश्चर्या भूरि मुक्तिश्च शाश्वती नित्यंच परमानंदं भवेद् गोविंद भक्तितः हरिभक्ति सुधोदय च भूयोऽपि जाचे देवेश तयि भक्ति विरास्तु मे ज्ञामोक्यान्त चतुर्भग्य फलदा सुखदा लतां भूयोऽपि जाच देवेश तयि भक्ति विरास्तु मे ज्ञामोक्यान्त चतुर्भग्य फलदा सुखदा लतां मुख्य लघुतात्रि मनागे प्ररूढ़ायां विदयी भगवद्रतो पुरुषार्थास्तु चत्यारस्नायन्ति समन्तताम् तत्र नारद पंचरात्रे हरि भक्ति महादेव्या सर्वा मुक्त्यादि सिद्धया भुक्तश्चाद्भुतास्तस्या चीतिका बदनो व्रतः दुर्लभा साधनो भैरना संगैरलभ्या सुचिरादपि हरिना चासुदेयीति द्विधाशासत्सुदुर्लभम् तत्रादा यथा तंत्रे ज्ञानतः सुलभा मुक्ति भुक्ति यज्ञादि पुण्यतम् श्रियं साधना सहस्रैः हरि भक्ति सुदुर्लभम् द्वितीया यथा पंचम स्कंधे राजन प्रतिगुरुरलम् भवतां यदुनां दैवं प्रियः कुलपति कटकिंकरः वा अस्तेव मंग भजतां भगवन् मुकुन्दो मुक्तिं ददाति करहि चेत् मन भक्ति योगम् राजन् प्रतिगुरुबलं भवतां यदूनां दैवं प्रियः कुलपति कटकिंकरः वा अस्तीव मंग भजतां भगवान् मुकुन्दो मुक्तिं ददाति करहि चेत् मन भक्ति योगम् आंद्रानंद विशेषात्मा यथा ब्रह्मानंद भवेदेश चेत्परार्थ गुणीकृतं नैति भक्ति सुखाम्बोधि परमानो तुलामपि तथा हरि भक्ति सुधोदय तत्साक्षात् करुणाल्याध विशुद्ध्यादिस्थितस्समे सुखानि गोष्पदायन्ति ब्राह्मण्यपि जगद्गुरु तत्साक्षात् करुणाल्याद विशुद्ध्यादिस्थितस्समे सुखानि गोष्पदायन्ते ब्राह्मण्यपि जगद्गुरु तत्कथामृतपायोधौ विहरन्त महामुदः कुर्वन्ति कृतिनं कीर्ति चतुर्भङ्गं कृणोपमं श्री कृष्णाकर्षणे कृत्वा हरिं प्रेम भाजं प्रियवर्गतमन्वितं भक्ति वशी करोति श्री कृष्णाकर्षणी मता यथैकादशि न साधयति मां जुग न शांकं धर्मयुद्धव न श्रद्धाय तपोस्त्यगथा भक्ति ममोर्जितम् सप्तमे च नारदोक्तौ यूयं लोके वत भूरि भागा लोकान् पुनानां मुनयो विशन्ति तेषां गृहाणा वसतीति साक्षात् गूढ़ं परं ब्रह्म मनुष्यलिंगम् अग्रतो वक्षमाणाया श्रीधा भक्तिरनुक्रमात् दिशस्सर्वी पदैरे तन्माहात्मक परिकीर्तिता किंच स्वल्पापि रुचिरेव स्याद् भक्ति तत्तापबोधिका युक्तिस्तु केवला नैव जदस्या अप्रतिष्ठता तथा प्राचीनरपि उक्त्यं यत्नेन पादितो पार्थः कुशलैरनुमात्रिः अभियुक्ततरैरन्नथैवोपपाद्यति इति से भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु पूर्व विभागे भक्ति सामान्य लहरी प्रथमा सा भक्ति साधनांग भाव प्रेमा चीति तिथोदिता कृति साध्या भवेत् साध्य भावा साधना विदा नित्य सिद्धस्य भावस्य प्राकट्यं विदिशाद्यता सा भक्ति सप्तम स्कंदे भंगांगदी वर्षिनोदिता तस्मात् केनाप्युपायेन मनः कृष्णे निवेशयेत् तस्मात् केनाप्युपायेन मनः कृष्णे निवेशयेत् वैधिरागानुचेति सा द्विधा साधना विधा तत्र वैधि यत्र रागान् नवाप्तस्यात् प्रवृत्तिरुपजायते शासनेनैव शास्त्रस्य सा वैधि भक्तिरुच्यते यथा द्वितीये तस्माद् भारत सर्वात्मा भगवान् हरिरीश्वरः श्रोतव्य कीर्तवश्चं मर्तव्यचेक्षताभयम् तस्माद् भारत सर्वात्मा भगवान् हरिरीश्वरः श्रोतव्यं कीर्तितव्यश्च मर्तव्यचेक्षताभयम् मर्तव्यो सततं विष्णु विस्मर्तव्यो न जातु चेत् सर्वे विधि निषेधास्तु रेतयोरेव किंकराः तस्माद् भारत सर्वात्मा भगवान् हरिरीश्वरः श्रोतव्य कीर्तितव्यस्य स्मर्तव्यश्चेक्षताभयम् स्मर्तव्य सततं विष्णु विस्मर्तव्यो न जातु चेत् सर्वे विधे निषेधास्तु रेतयोरेव किंकराः इत्यासो स्याद् विधि नित्यं सर्ववर्णादिषु नित्यत्वे पश्य निर्णीताम् एकादश्यादिवत् फलम् एकादशी व्यक्तम् मुखबाहुरुपादेभ्यो पुरुषस्याश्रमै सह तत्यारजगिरे वर्णा गुणै विप्रादय पृथक् जायेषां पुरुषं साक्षादात्मा प्रभमामीश्वरम् न भजन्त भजानन्ति तानाद्भ्रष्टापतन्तधा मुखबाहुरुपादेभ्यो पुरुषस्याश्रमै सह चत्वारजगिरे वर्णा गुणै विप्रादय पृथक् येषां पुरुषं साक्षात् आत्मा प्रभवमीश्वरं न भजन्त भजानन्ति तानाद्भ्रष्ट्या पतन्तधा एवं क्रियाजुगोपथै पुमान वैदिक तांत्रिकै अच्युन्न भयतो सिद्धिं मत्तो बिंदत्याभीक्षिता पंचरात्रे तुलसी विहिता शास्त्रे हरिमुद्दिश्य जा क्रिया सैव भक्तिरिति प्रत्या तया भक्ति परा भवेदिति तत्राधिकारी जा केनाप्यति भाग्येन जात सिद्धस्य सेवने नाति सत्ता न वैराग्य भागस्य श्यामधिकार्यसो यदिकादशी यदिच्छ्यामत्कथादौ जात सिद्धस्तु जपमान न निर्विण्यनातिशक्त भक्ति योगस्य सिद्धिदः उत्तमो मध्यमश्च स्यात् कनिष्ठ स्थिति च त्रिधा तत्र उत्तम शास्त्रे युक्तौ च निपुणा सर्वथा दृढ़ निश्चय प्रौढ़ सद्या अधिकारी य स भक्त्या उत्तमो मतः मध्यम यशास्त्रादि सनिपुण सद्यावान सदुमध्यम कनिष्ठ जो भवेत् कोमल सद्य स कनिष्ठ निगद्यते तत्र गीतादियुक्तानां चतुर्णाम् अधिकारिणां मध्ये यस्मिन् भगवतो कृपा स्यात् तत्प्रियस्व स खीन तद्भावो स्यात् उद्धव भक्तो अधिकार यथैव शौनकादिश्च ध्रुवः चतुष्यम् भुक्ति मुक्ति स्पृहा यावत् पिशाची निवर्तते तावद् भक्ति सुखश्चात्र कथम् अभ्युदयो भवेत् भुक्ति मुक्ति स्पृहा यावत् पिशाची निवर्तते तावद् भक्ति सुखश्चात्र कथम् अभ्युदयो भवेत् तत्रापि च विशेषेण गति मन्ने मनिच्छतः भक्ति यदा मन प्राणं प्रेम्णा तान् कुरुते जना
विभाजग जान मन लोभा गौरांगेरा रति शोभा जग जान मन लोभा गौरांगरारती शोभा जग जन मन लोभा विवाद के निताय हमें गादा धारा विवाद के निताय हमें गादा धारा काटे अद्वैता प्रभो विगत धारा काटे अद्वैता प्रभो विगत धारा जय गोरा तांगे एक जय गोरा तांगे काट बने जग जान मन लोभा बजे घंटा बाजे Adhikaratan. Baje ghanta baje adhikaratan. Madhura mridanga baje sunite rasala. Madhura mridanga baje sunite rasala. Shiva madhur 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 baje. Madhur 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 baje. Shankha baje ghanta baje. Madhur 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 baje. Gaurangera rote cho Jagajana mana nama. Gaurangera rote Chaitanya Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Sadi Govinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare,
jale itamanasi vedam randaya payadhi jale itamanasi vedam.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णा पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांता स्वामीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवाणी भक्षताय सतारिणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Bhajan. Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Nrsimha De, Jaya Nrsimha De, Jaya Nrsimha De, Jaya Nrsimha De. Jaya Nrsimha De, Jaya Nrsimha De, Jaya Nrsimha De, Jaya Nrsimha De. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Nita Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha Simha Parato Simha Ito Simha Parato Simha Yato Yato Yami Tato Yato Yato Yami Tato Nishima Pahe Nishima Ridhaye Nishima Pahe Nishima Ridhaye Nishima Narasimha Madhim Sharanapade Narasimha Madhim Sharanapade Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste Narasimhaya Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha Ito Simha Ida Narasimha Balada Narasimha Yato Yato Yamita To Narasimha Yato Yato Yamita To Narasimha Pahe Narasimha Hridaye Narasimha Pahe Narasimha Hridaye Narasimha Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapade Avakara Kamalavare Naka Adhuta Simha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvina Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Avakara Kamalavare Nakamatata Shriya Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvina Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narasimha De Jaya Narasimha De Jaya Narasimha De Jaya Narasimha De Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari. Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari. Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha. Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Go one more time.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. O Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Radhe, Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Radhe, Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe. Nara Hari Jaya Nara Hari, Nara Hari Jaya Nara Hari, Hari Jaya Nara Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev. Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. What did you say? Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda.
Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gauranga Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Nrsimhadev, 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 Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya. Jaya Narahari, 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 Jaya Narahari, Jaya. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya. Jaya Jagat Guru, Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaur Premanande. Jai Srimad Bhagavatam Mahapurana ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Nrsimhadeva Bhagavan ki, Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki, Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gaurango. Glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. So thank you very much, everybody, for attending this very auspicious program. In many ways, this program actually makes firm our Krishna consciousness in a way that we will go back to Godhead. So Lord Krishna appears as Lord Nrsimhadev for a number of purposes. Of course, from the story of Jay and Vijay, we understand that the Lord wanted to fight. But actually, that is never his principal purpose. His principal purpose is always to show love to his devotees. Paritranaya sadhunam, vinashaya cha dushkritam. The second is always to also remove any obstacles on the path of a devotee. So in this case, Hiranyakashipu had become an obstacle on the path of Prahlad Maharaj, who was a very young child, a very, very young child. And so today we're going to read from the Srimad Bhagavatam, a verse that is spoken by this young child as an instruction to us, because in this knowledge comes the greatest love of Sri Nrsimhadev. Jai Sri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki Jai. So please repeat after me. Sri Paraduvacha Kaumara Charat Pragyo Kaumara Charit Pragyo Actually, I'll have this thing come out a little bit more because the ones on this side, I'm actually covering their sight here. So if you boys can just move out a little bit to the front here, and someone can bring this board out a little more so that it's not behind me, and that way people can read. Okay, so we'll start again. Okay, just turn it a little bit this way. Well, I think somebody's not going to be able to see it, so let me go back a little bit. Okay, hopefully you can see better now. Okay, we'll start again. Sri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragya Kaumara Charit Pragya Dharman Bhagavatam Iha Dharman Bhagavatam Iha Durlabham Manusham Janma Durlabham Manusham Janma Tat Apya Dhruvam Arthadam Tat Apya Dhruvam Arthadam Shri Paraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragya Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham Manusham Janma Tat Apyadhruvam Arthadam. This is from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 6, Text 1. If any of you have your phones, you can turn it on to that text. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 6, Text 1, 761. So please repeat. Shri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragya Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham Manusham Janma Tat Apyadhruvam Arthadam Shri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragyo Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham Manusham Janma Tat Apyadhruvam Arthadam Shri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragyo Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham Manusham Janma Tad Apyadhruvam Arthadam Shri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragyo Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham Manusham Janma Tat Apyadhruvam Arthadam Shri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragyo Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham Manusham Janma Tadapya Dhruvamatadam. Matajis? One of the Matajis? Shri Praraduvacha Kaumara Charit Pragyo Dharman Bhagavataniha Durlabham manusang janma tadapya dhruvamarthadam Shri Praraduvacha Komara charit pragyo Dharman bhagavataniha Durlabham manusham janma Tadapya dhruvamarthadam Shri Praraduvacha Dharman dharmati pragyo Dharman bhagavataniha Durlabham manusam janma Tadapya dhruvamarthadam Sri Paraduvacha Prahlad Maharaj said, Komara, in the tender age of childhood, Acharet, should practice, Pragyaha, one who is intelligent, Dharman, occupational duties, Bhagavatan, which are devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Iha, in this life, Durlabham, very rarely obtained. Manusham, human. Janma, birth. Tat, that. Api, even. Udhavam, impermanent, temporary. Arthadam, full of meaning. Translation by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Please repeat after me. Prahlad Maharaj said, one who is sufficiently intelligent should use the human form of body from the very beginning of life. In other words, from the tender age of childhood, to practice the activities of devotional service, giving up all other engagements. The human body is most rarely achieved, and although temporary, like other bodies, it is meaningful because in human life, one can perform devotional service. Even a slight amount of sincere devotional service can give one complete perfection. So again, Prahlad Maharaj said, one who is sufficiently intelligent should use the human form of body from the very beginning of life. In other words, from the tender age of childhood, to practice the activities of devotional service, giving up all other engagements. The human body is most rarely achieved, and although temporary, like other bodies, it is meaningful because in human life, one can perform devotional service. Even a slight amount of sincere devotional service can give one complete perfection. Purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The whole purpose of Vedic civilization and of reading the Vedas is to attain the perfect stage of devotional service in the human form of life. According to the Vedic system, therefore, from the very beginning of life, the brahmacharya system is introduced, so that from one's very childhood, from the age of 5 years, one can practice modifying one's human activities so as to engage perfectly in devotional service. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, text 40, Swalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Quote,
Even a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Close quotes. Modern civilization, not referring to the verdicts of Vedic literature, is so cruel to the members of human society that instead of teaching children to become brahmacharis, it teaches mothers to kill their own children, even in the womb, on the plea of curbing the increase of population. And if by chance a child is saved, he is educated only for sense gratification. Gradually, throughout the entire world, human society is losing interest in the perfection of life. Indeed, men are living like cats and dogs, spoiling the duration of their human lives by actually preparing to transmigrate again to the degraded species amongst the 8,400,000 forms of life. The Krishna consciousness movement is anxious to serve human society by teaching people to perform devotional service which can save a human being from being degraded again to animal life. As already stated by Prahlad Maharaj, Bhagavata Dharma consists of Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Pada Sevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, and Atma Nivedanam. In all the schools, colleges, and universities, and at home, all children and youths should be taught to hear about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In other words, they should be taught to hear the instructions of Bhagavad Gita, put them in practice in their own lives, and thus to become strong in devotional service, free from fear of being degraded to animal life. Following Bhagavad Dharma has been made extremely easy in this age of Kali. The Shastra says, Harir Nama, Harir Nameva Kevalam, Kalo Nastyeva, Nastyeva, Nastyeva Gatir Anyatha. One need only chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Everyone engaged in the practice of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra will be completely cleansed from the core of his heart and be saved from the cycle of birth and death. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswamin Dinamine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Dinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Paschat Deshutarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivas Adigora Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare. Jai Nrsingadev Bhagavan ki Jai. Sri Nrsinga Chaturdasi ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna. So this verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Srimad Bhagavatam is the sun that has arisen in this dense, dark age of Kali Yuga so that we can see. Because imagine the sun doesn't arise in the morning and actually it goes out of existence. Not even electricity will work after a while. nothing will work. The sun powers everything. So the Srimad Bhagavatam is likened to the sun that has arisen in this dense, dark age of Kali. And it's also likened to a tree that has the most relishable fruits, the most delicious fruits. And these most delicious fruits have been touched by the lips of a parrot. That parrot's name is Shukadev Goswami. Shukadev Goswami in the spiritual world is actually Radharani's parrot. And in the spiritual world, every living entity, what to speak of every living entity, even those that are not considered living, for example, particles of dust, are actually animated. Every person, every living entity, and every entity that we would in this world consider non-living is actually a person in the spiritual world. Even the particle of dust are called saffron particles of dust because if you see them, they actually have a human-like form. And they also dance. When Krishna goes, as we can see in this painting behind me, there's another painting on the other side, Krishna goes out into the forest and he actually takes the cows, the calves, the bulls, and the boys and the girls out there to the forest. There's a lot of dust that's created by the hooves of the cows and the feet of the boys. These particles of dust actually are personalities and they dance in the air. They wonderfully dance in the air and they attach to Krishna's body. Now, why am I telling you all of this? I'm telling you all of this because in the material world, which is called Durg. Durg in Hindi means, or in Sanskrit means, prison. So, how many of you have lived in prison for a while? I highly recommend it. Because you really then understand what a real prison is. Commit some crime and go to prison. It'll actually be an amazing experience. Or become a little mad and go and live in an insane asylum for a while. And you will understand how bad it is inside an insane asylum. Or get hurt very badly and end up in the ICU of a hospital. Especially a hospital that doesn't have a very good ICU. And you will experience real misery. This material world is not a prison. It is not an insane asylum. It is not an ICU. It is a combination of all three. In this combination, just as in an insane asylum, somebody thinks he is the President of the United States of America. And everybody salutes him and says, "Hail to the chief." And he smiles. And he feels very happy. He feels, "I am the President of the United States of America." And the other inmates don't know any better. This is what's happening in this material world. And this is why this verse is very important. Here is a 5-year-old child giving us an instruction that can only be described in English from the mouth of a babe. There's a saying in English, from the mouth of a babe. Meaning, when a very, very young child says something that is amazingly factual, that is a real truth, it really pleases the heart of the parents. The parents become so proud. Just like today, a very wonderful devotee, Krishna, was singing. And so we were at the back, and we were making arrangements. And actually, it had already started. The Abhishek had already started on the altar, which you all witnessed. By the way, the Abhishek is the bathing of a supreme person at the time of their appearance. So when someone appears, when it's their birth time, at that time, the first thing that happens to them is that they're bathed nicely. In Panchagavya, these are 5 items from the cow, but juices and other items that welcomes the person into the world. So we did that Abhishek, because that is the time when Lord Nrsimhadev appeared. So the Abhishek was going on, and the father of Krishna, whose name is Daru Krishna Prabhu, might be here in the hall somewhere. Is he here? Right behind me, yeah? Okay, hey Jai. Oh, glories to you. So he was at the back preparing to actually do the Achmanya so that he can also go on the altar and bathe the Lord. And he was feeling very happy. He was besides himself with happiness. He was in total bliss. And the cause of his bliss was that his son, Krishna, was singing so nicely, doing kirtan so nicely, and everybody was so much into the kirtan that his father's chest swelled, and I was wondering whether the whole creation might fit inside his chest. With pride, with happiness, with bliss. This is the nature of a parent. Parents become very happy when they see their children doing something amazing. And Krishna was doing an amazing kirtan, and all of you are taking part in that amazing kirtan. All of you are very amazing. But we all have to agree, and I'm sorry I'm saying this in front of Daru Krishna Prabhu, but we all have to agree that as parents, we're not the best parents. We're ordinary human beings. We may be a little exalted compared to other human beings, but we're still an ordinary human being. So we do have weaknesses as parents, right? We're not perfect. I think Daru Krishna Prabhu would agree with me. I've heard him giving classes here where he says that same thing. Yeah. We're not perfect, but Krishna is perfect. Krishna is not only perfect, he is the most powerful. There's nobody more powerful than Krishna. Krishna is so powerful that he doesn't even have to bat his eyelid to destroy any amount of opposition. Today, this morning, a very, very nice class was given by Dwarkadish Prabhu, who is sitting right next to me very humbly, without a seat. Somebody should give him a seat, actually, to sit on. Always sit on a seat, please. These are important guests. Dwarkadish Prabhu is, in my eyes, in my mind, world's leading heart doctor. Has a wonderful hospital in Mumbai called the Bhaktivedanta Hospital. And he is one of the senior most leaders in that hospital. He's himself a very, very wonderful doctor, a heart specialist. And when I got COVID, right at the beginning, when COVID started in 2020, it was right not the beginning, it was in October. Some of you know I almost left my body 3 times, actually. It was very severe. And at that time, I contracted a very bad situation with my heart, and I didn't think I was going to survive that heart condition. But fortunately, after speaking to Dwarkadish Prabhu, I was okay. And okay enough that I'm sitting in front of you today and speaking. In many ways, I owe my life to him. But he was giving class this morning. And in that class, he was talking about how we're all ridden with fear in so many different ways. So in this verse, Srila Prabhupada is indicating to us that we have no reason to be fearful if we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Now you might wonder, and a lot of people have said this to me, how can you say something like that? How can you say that simply by chanting the Mahamantra, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, you will become fearless? You will become completely successful. You will become more successful than you can ever dream in your wildest dreams. And then you take that and multiply that by trillions of times, and you're still not at 1% of 1% of 1% of the success you're going to achieve simply by following this process of Bhagavad Dharma, chanting the holy names of Krishna in the parampara of Lord Brahma, the Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, that Srila Prabhupada brought to the West, and actually a little brought to the East as well, you might say, in many ways. We're all the West in some ways, because the Western influence is so powerful. But how can you make such a bold statement And I've heard people, very, very intelligent, very powerful people, who say it's not true. This chanting is actually nothing. It's okay. It's just one religious group thinking chanting is very important. Not that important. And he even said that. I was in an audience, and there were thousands of us in the audience, and he said it right to thousands of people like that. You know, he said, chanting is not important. Making money is more important. In some ways, he's correct. If you want to go to hell, nothing wrong hanging around the material world somewhere. Because sooner or later, you're going to end up in hell, not because of the money. There's nothing wrong with money. Money is Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the consort of Narayan. She's a wonderful personality, very sweet personality. She's very, very beautiful, very intelligent, very compassionate. She's great. The problem is not the money. The problem is the utilization of that money. People earn money, and then with that money, they do so much nonsense. And that nonsense ends up with them ending up in hell and suffering so much. And they even suffer here. This is not hell. This, by the way, if you know astrology or don't know astrology, Earth is the most important planet amongst all the planets in our planetary system. In this universe, the most powerful planet is not Jupiter, it is not Saturn, it's not Venus, it's not the Sun planet, as in astrology sometimes they will say. It's not Mars, it is actually planet Earth. And it's not even in the astrological system. So I'm sorry, I'm taking the air out of the balloon of the astrologers. But the fact is that the most important planet in this universe is planet Earth, because this is the planet that Krishna brought his Dharma to. He brought his place to this planet. He actually came on the planet himself and made this planet very glorious, so glorious that it is said, and here's the answer to the question. It is said that the demigods and demigoddesses, and you see them up here on the top, these are the demigods and demigoddesses. There are actually 33 million of them. We couldn't put all of them here because it's just a small place. But we put a representation of them here. These demigods and demigoddesses, they pray to Lord Vishnu. They pray to Brahma. Please give us birth on planet Earth. Please allow us to take birth on planet Earth so that we can perform devotional service and go back home to Goloka Vrindavan, where I was describing to a group of students. I teach leadership at our school, TKG Academy, and I was telling our students that the poorest person, their house in Golok Vrindavan is 10 miles by 10 miles. That's the poorest person. That's called in this world, they call it tiny home. Any of you heard of tiny homes? Yes? They may be 60 square feet, 80 square feet, the whole house. That's called a tiny home. So the tiny home in Golok Vrindavan is 10 miles by 10 miles. And the person who owns that home, by the way, that home is multi-story. It goes up a few billion miles. That's how big it is. And there are many, many floors, millions of floors. And there are all seasons going on in one of the other floors. So if you want to be in winter, you just have to go to that floor and practice and experience winter. If you want summer, you can momentarily go to another floor and experience summer there. Just wonderful, wonderful place. Now, if you think that is wonderful, let me tell you something else that is more wonderful. The poorest person also owns massive aeroplanes. Imagine all of you had a jumbo jet. Every one of you had a jumbo jet, your own jumbo jet. And your jumbo jet was so big that it would carry your house on it. That's how their planes, how big their planes are. You can carry that 10 mile by 10 mile tiny home. That's a tiny home. It carries much bigger homes than that, by 1 billion miles up on the plane. Can you imagine how big the plane must be if it's to carry that home on that plane? Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because the demigods know this. The demigods want to enjoy. And they're thinking, what's our enjoyment here? It's nothing. By the way, the poorest demigod has change in his pocket, or her pocket, called, in South India, they call it chilla. You know what chilla means? Chilla? It means change, but it makes a sound. Jingle, 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 jingle. Chilla, 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 chilla. It makes that jingle, jingle sound. So it's called chilla, pocket change. The poorest person in Swarga, in the demigod kingdom, has a few earth planet value of chilla in their pocket. That's how wealthy they are. Few planet earth worth of money as pocket change in their pocket. What to speak of what money they have outside. So these are very rich, right? How many people own planet Earth on this planet? How many people own one country on this planet? How many people own one street on this planet? These demigods and demigoddesses are so rich, and yet they want to come to planet Earth. And by the way, here's the answer to the question, why Hare Krishna Maha Mantra? Because if people who are so rich want to come to planet Earth to get something even better than what they already have, that must mean there is something on planet Earth that's worth more than being a demigod or demigoddess in the demigod-demigoddess kingdom, right? That's why they're coming here. Now, a lot of you are Indians here, and I'm sorry if I'm embarrassing you. Why did you come to America? To earn money. You see? You thought, America will give me more money than I will get in Mumbai, in Noida, right? In Chennai. So you came to America. Nothing wrong. You came to America, you made more money. And do we have Indians going back to India? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Why they're going back to India? They came to America to make money. They made the money. Why go to India now? Because you enjoy your money more in India, right? Am I right or am I right? That's why they go back to India. That's why the demigods come here. And guess what they know is happening here, which is why they come here. They know there is a movement called ISKCON, the Hare Krishna movement, that is teaching everybody. Please boldly chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. While they are here, they're going to have to suffer a lot of miseries. Any of you, if you've come from a very wealthy family like I have, knows that even the very wealthy families are suffering from miseries. Everybody is suffering from miseries because this material world is actually identified by two qualities. Dukhalaya, Sashvatam. This is a place of misery, and this is a place of instability. Misery and instability. Instability and misery. I am. The demigods know that. It's going to be tough when they're in the material world. They're going to be insulted. Even though they're a devotee, they will be insulted. Even though they're a devotee, they'll become poor. Even though they're a devotee, their reputation will be lost. Even though they're a devotee, their health will be ruined. All the worst things in the world will happen to the devotee. Why? Why will the devotee have to suffer like this? Krishna gives the answer. Canto 10, chapter 88, text 8. Yasyaham anugranami harishye tat dhanam shnaihi. That I have two reasons that my devotee suffers. One is, when my devotee suffers, what happens? Everybody runs away from the devotee. Nobody wants to be with a person who's suffering, right? You want your friends to be wealthy friends. happy friends, well-to-do in every way, nice health, very beautiful. Right? The Miss Universe 2022. Or Mr. Universe 2022. That's what we want. And so here, the opposite is happening. They're actually finding out. And then the second reason given is, I want to show to the world that no matter how much my devotee suffers, my devotee does not give up loving me. Devotees love Krishna no matter how bad it gets. Now I can guarantee you, for all you devotees who are sitting here, all of you to some extent or another are going through some type of difficulty in your lives. Correct? And so if I said to you, all those difficulties will be gone in this lifetime, and more than that, I will give you $10 billion. How many of you would give up your Krishna consciousness? Please put your hands up. I'm the only honest person here. Oh, a few more honest people are here. I guarantee you, if that happened, that you were told, no more misery for this lifetime, plus $10 billion, you would think, I'll take it. I'll do Krishna conscious next lifetime. That's all right. I'll just kick the can down the road and tackle it later, right? What's the big deal? We've already done it for billions of lives in the past. One more life, why not wait, right? Unfortunately for you, there's a person called Lord Shiva. In the Shiv Puran, he says, if you don't take the opportunity in this life, when you find out, you have to wait 10,000 lifetimes. Oh my God. Now, you took the misery of another 9,999 lifetimes and being a miserable person with no money just for one lifetime of happiness. Imagine, some of you are working, right? You have jobs? Yes? Imagine if they told you at work, please work for us. We will pay you for your first day of work, but for the other days we will not pay you for the other 30 days that you work in a 31-day month. How many of you will go and get that job very happily? Sign up right now. Sign me up. I'll get paid for one day for 30 days of work. None of us will do that, right? And yet that's what we are doing when we don't take to Krishna consciousness. I'm sorry that you heard this from me. That actually you now know that this Maha Mantra, if you chant it, if you just chant it even offensively, it will work on you. It will actually give you at the very least, the next life in which you will be able to nicely perform your Krishna consciousness and go back to Godhead. That's not very far away. The youngest amongst here that I see is probably 5-year-old. Anybody younger than 5 years old here? Yeah? Oh, you're younger than 5, huh? Nice. You look quite big for 5. So, she learned from all of you how to be dishonest, you see. Anyway, she's not dishonest. Probably didn't understand the question. Oh, she thought she's 5. Okay, the point is, how much time has a 5-year-old you got? How much time has a 5-year-old got in this world? How many years? No, can't be 5 more years. Come on, must be more than that. How many years? No, not 6 years. Say 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, right? People easily get to 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 105. Now you're pushing it. 100 years, let's just say 100 years. You have 100 years, right? And then after that, you're guaranteed to become a great devotee and go back home, back to Godhead after that. Well, you'll go back to your home, by the way. And I can guarantee you, none of your homes is a tiny home there. You all have quite big homes. I can guarantee you that. Tiny home is for the very renounced. We are not very renounced people, honestly. You know, I have amongst us here a doctor. Her name is Dr. Gupta. She's sitting right in the middle of the temple, Dr. Lalita Gupta. And she's one of the few people who's wearing a mask. I'm not wearing a mask myself. I'm not criticizing those who are not wearing. But the fact is that she's a very conscientious person. I know her personally. She's a very, very conscientious person. She's also been a doctor and continues to be a doctor of mine. But because she's intelligent, she knows if I wear a mask, then the chances are I will not catch any problem, and then I can continue serving my patients. Because if she has a problem, her patients have a problem, right? They can't see her, they can't visit with her, and a lot of people will suffer as a result. So, in the same way, this is our opportunity to take this process up. And to take this process up, it is very simple. You have already chanted with me a number of times. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada says in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is why I sang Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, that if you just say Gaura Nityananda, Gaura Nityananda, he says that is even more powerful than the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. But Lord Chaitanya didn't want us to chant that mantra. He wanted us to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So today is Lord Nrsingadev's appearance day. Today, all we have to do is pray to Lord Nrsingadev. Oh, my dear Lord Nrsingadev, I'm not a very intelligent person. I'm not very good at following instructions. I'm not very good at doing the right thing. But you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You please bless me that one day I will have that intelligence. One day I will do the right thing. One day I will love you. Because if we love God, then we've loved everybody. Because God has everyone inside of him. The Lord is more than the sum total of the total creation. So if you love God, if you love Lord Nrsingadev, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, then you've shown love to everybody. But right now, even if you are showing love to other people, like some of you are wives, right? And you're showing love to your husbands, hopefully? Yes? Does the husband feel the love? Probably not. I am a marriage counselor. This is my 46th year as a marriage counselor. I have still not found a truly satisfied husband yet. Of course, people might say, well, the people who come to you are getting in trouble in their life. That's why no. I do counseling to people who are very happy as well. I do premarital counseling. Premarital counseling people are very happy. Why do you think they're very happy? Because they're looking forward to great happiness, right? Now I'm going to marry my hero, my knight in shining armor, who's going to come riding up to me on a silver horse, which has wings on it. And I will jump onto that horse with him, and then we will fly into the sunset and live happily ever after. They're really happy. And they come to me to guarantee that they will have a happy life. And I have to tell them the truth. It may not happen. Don't be surprised if it doesn't happen, and don't feel disappointed. The reason you should not feel disappointed is because Krishna already loves you. And Krishna is better than anybody else as a beloved. Because he can do anything at any time for any person, under any circumstance, in any place. So that is the message of Lord Nrsingadev's appearance. He came to prove that if this little child, 5-year-old child who chanted Hare Krishna, I can look after him, give him the greatest position, so he becomes the emperor of the world. And he becomes the greatest known person, so great, if any of you don't know, we're all children of the children of the children of the children of the children of Prahlad Maharaj. You go back 80 generations, our great, go back 80 generations, grandfather is Prahlad Maharaj. We're all demons, by the way. I'm sorry if some of you feel bad by me saying this, but we're all demons. And we come from the demoniac family of Hiranyakashipu. So we are the next generations. This is our own family history. Please take advantage of this family history and learn that look at what happened to Prahlad Maharaj. He became so great that today people remember him all over the universe. Who remembers the rich people of this world all over the universe? How many of you, by the way, know, who should I say? Who is the great, very rich person in this world who is no longer on the planet? Rockefeller, yeah. Somebody before Rockefeller was very rich. He had a spruce goose. He had an airplane made of wood that would land on water. Howard Hughes. How many of you know Howard Hughes? Hands up. See, this guy was so rich, by the way. He's in the history of the United States of America, the only person who defeated Congress single-handedly. That's how rich he was. And yet, nobody of us now remembers him. Prahlad Maharaj lived how long ago? Satya Yuga. That's a little over 2 million years ago. And people remember him today. That tells you the difference between a devotee and the richest person. And by the way, his father was the richest person, Hiranyakashipu. He owned the whole 3 worlds. Howard Hughes didn't own Las Vegas. He loved Las Vegas, by the way. And yet, we see that we remember Prahlad Maharaj. So please, take to this process. Become sincere. And one easy process I'm going to give you is what Prabhupada gave to all of us. He said, when you see the deities, when the curtains open, and you see the deities, say to Krishna, I am yours, and you are mine. That's all. After that, Krishna will take care. He'll make the arrangements. Nicely, by the way. Don't worry, he won't rough you up or anything. He'll make it very sweetly. He'll make a very nice arrangement for you. And then, he has this very beautiful girlfriend who stands next to him. Nice white girlfriend, whose name is Radharani. Just turn to Radharani and say, my dear Radharani, my dear mother, please ask Krishna to fulfill my desire. That I want to be his, and I want him to be mine. You please. And Radharani is the real boss. Just like in any very great family, the wife is really the boss. Husband thinks he's the boss. But you can think whatever you like. The reality is the reality. She is the real boss in this temple. And you can see her with a hand out like this. Do not worry. So when the curtains open, please come and take darshan again. Right now we're going to go out and have a wonderful feast. And after we come back from that feast, we can come and have darshan of the deities. Please remember to speak to Kalachandji. Kalachandji is a very old deity. And he's very, very merciful. In fact, his name originally was Kalachandra. And Kalachandra is the favorite name for Krishna for his mother, Yashoda. Yashoda likes to call him Kalachandra, black moon face. So he's here. So please take advantage of this. Pray to him. Pray to Gauranitai, who's standing on the left. Pray to Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra. On this side, they're actually right now on hiatus for a while. But their picture is there. And of course, the big Nrsingadev is there, right? Lord Nrsingadev. Pray to him. Pray to Srila Prabhupada here. You may think he's just sitting here. He's actually ready to hear your prayers. Anything you'd like to say to him, say to him. You have a desire, you speak to him, that desire will be fulfilled. Because in this world, there is a magic mantra. It has 4 syllables in it. Prabhupada. That's the magic mantra. You say Prabhupada, anything can happen. Take advantage. Wait this lifetime. Even in this lifetime, you'll see miracles happen. And then let's all go back home, back to Godhead, and eternally chant, feast, and dance there. Hare Krishna. I'm going to ask if any of you would like to ask anything, or any quick question before we all go off. Feast is now already being served out. Thank you very much. So let's all go out to the feast. Vanchakalpa tirubhischa, kripa sindhubhya evacha, patitanam pavnebhya, vaishnavebhya namo nama. Anantakoti Vaishnava Brinda ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki jai. Shri Nrsingadeva Bhagavan ki jai. Sri Nrsinga Chaturdasi Mahatsava ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki jai.
Bye. Oh, you want to start that? Or, I don't know. All right. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Is it on? Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Keep it this, but soft. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. You want to announce it?
You can announce it.
Haribo, everyone. There's a black Buick car. The license plate is BPV 9809, and it's parked in front of 5431 Phillip Avenue driveway, and it's blocking construction workers. So if you could kindly move that vehicle, please. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Namaste Narasringhaya, Namaste Narasringhaya, Namaste Narasringhaya. Lada lada daine, lada lada daine, Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha, Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha, Shila Tankana Khalaye, Shila Tankana Khalaye, हिरण्यकाशी पूर्वक्षः चिरातङ्कानकालाये इतो निःशृङ्घ परतो निःशृङ्घ यातो यातो यामि ततो निःशृङ्घ वाहिनी सिंहारी दयनी सिंह वाहिनी सिंहारी दयनी सिंह नारा सिंह मदिं सारा नाम प्रपदे नारा सिंह मदिं शरणं प्रपदे नारा सिंह मदिं शरणं प्रपदे नारा सिंह मदिं शरणं प्रपदे Avakadakama Pravare Naka Adhuta Sringham Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanavringha Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Adhuta Keshavadhita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadhita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadhita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nisringhadev Jaya Nisringhadev Nisringhadev Jaya Nisringhadev Jaya Bhakta Prahlad Jaya Bhakta Prahlad Jaya Bhakta Prahlad Jaya Bhakta Prahlad Jaya Narahari Narahari, Narahari, Jaya Narahari. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya, Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya, Jaya, Prabhupada, 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 Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Nishringhadev, 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 Jaya Nishringhadev.